The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. So, if we open it up, it's all the way at the bottom. This is our Mark 1. We are going to be taking this apart in different ways. I'm also taking a look at what the best spots for RCS thrusters would be for each piece. And honestly, I have no idea. So this is what it's going to look like overall. This is going to be pointing upwards, and we're going to attach a space ship at the bottom in some way. How we're going to do that, I don't know yet. We'll figure something out later on. Everything else seems to be set up correctly. We found out that we can't put ladders the way that I was trying to do and make this connect into here. So we gave up on that idea at the end of the stream. We do have some extra ladders going across this portion just to get to the Science Junior, but aside from that, there's no extra ladders anywhere. We don't even put any on the side here. I don't think we need any on the bottom with the rocket engine or the fuel cells. So let's just get into putting RCS on this. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the name of this, and we're going to name it Pieces because we're going to be editing this multiple times. So if I save that as Pieces, we are going to be taking off parts of this, saving it as a sub-assembly. If I go over to here, we have a few sub-assemblies. We're going to be ignoring all of that. This is all going to be space station pieces. But I want to add RCS to it beforehand, I think, or else we'd have to save it twice to this. So maybe we don't actually need this as a saved piece. We can actually get rid of that. And I'm just going to reload this so that the name matches. And what we're going to actually do is I'm trying to think of where to put the probe body as I'm thinking of what we're doing next. We're going to obviously take this off like that. And then I want to delete this, but we need a thing that we can route to. And I also want this rotated differently, not like that, like this. Visually, this helps me figure out what I'm doing. Do we have a large probe body? So I think all these are pretty small. Yeah, they all are. So this would probably have to go on the Science Junior or inside this place. And we're going to need probe bodies for everything that does not have a pilot. Like this main connection point center is going to have a pilot through this, so they'll be fine. but the rest don't have pilots. I think I might just have to like slap it on somewhere in here. So if I just get rid of this entire thing, we are going to reroute to seems like I can't reroute to anything, but I can reroute to this. Nope. Let's move this back, and then if I reroute to this. Oh, no, I can't move it. So I'm definitely doing something wrong. If we put all that back. Now if I reroute to this. I really want to reroute to the attachment point, which did work. So if I just get rid of all this and then rotate this again, which I think was W, it is. This is all we're going to work with for right now. And I needed this to reroute it so that I can open this and actually see inside. Now we should probably put the propellant tanks in here as well. So is there a way that I could move things around? I think there is if I rotate the goo sideways with snapping on so that I can get this in the center of that. And then we're going to move these guys over as well. But I don't want snapping on, or else they rotate. Now we can put the propellant on both sides. How much propellant are we going to need? I have no idea. That's small fuel and oxidizer. These are our two propellants. So we have a large one that's like a goo, and we have a smaller one that's about, I'm going to guess, half the size, so it would have 25 monopropellant in it compared to this one that has 50. And it is a pretty big boy. So we can add at least 2 of these on both sides. You know, I should probably have this on two-way symmetry so it just copies over. That makes sense. But then I can't see the science stuff, so I think what I want to do is try to grab the midpoint, just rotate it. That looks about right. And then I can still get that. I can't really see the science stuff in here. If I just grab you and we push you in, that's not what I wanted to grab. Oh, I see what's going on here. It's the angle that I'm looking at. But then I can't see what I'm doing. And I don't know why they're so pointed inwards like that. Alright, and then if I move this back, that does weird things. Why is it doing it like that? So if I look at this way and I move it back, it moves the other one forward. Oh, that's right, they're on symmetry. Okay. Hold on a second, we're gonna get rid of all this. We're going to put them in one at a time. And I want it centered. This will make sense in a little bit after I have it all set up correctly. Alright, now when we move one thing, it won't move another thing. It does snap. Can I change it back to there, get snapping off? Why it jumps to the center, I don't know. I think it's just the angle that I'm looking at it. If I just grab this whole thing and move it out somewhere that I can see it, this might make it easier for me to move stuff. Why does it jump to the center? That's not what I want. I guess they all just do that. Let's move you back out. Why does it jump to the center? Keeps moving inwards every time I click on it. I'm trying to get it flat with the strut thing. I can't see that if it keeps jumping inwards. Okay, that's pretty much where I want it, and then I want it as far out as I can. Good job, Siribot, catching that fake thing. Move you out. Move it in a little bit. There we go. I'm finally getting it. So I want to worry about just the in portion and then bring it out. This back. Move it out. What's it look like on this side? I should still be able to click on this very easily. For some reason it doesn't look like it's centered. I'm not going to worry about that because it should be good enough. This does mean that the Science Junior should probably be rotated as well to match this, which is an easy thing to accomplish. So we are going to try to grab this whole thing. There we go. It actually wasn't too difficult. Place that back there. Then I'm going to grab the Science Junior and figure out which way we need to rotate this. I want it still right here. Alright, that's not the right way. There we go. Nope. Nope. We'll rotate it this way? No, I should have it the other way. Okay, if I grab this... I didn't mean to grab it like that. Pick it up, then press Alt. I want to rotate it this way, so it matches where the science on this stuff is. So that's the monopropellant. We can close this now. And then we need to focus on where the center of mass is so that we can equally space the RCS thrusters away from it. Now, I thought the thrusters would be in here, but they are not, so I'm gonna guess they're in aerodynamics. They're not. Where are the RCS thrusters? I don't remember. I know they're not up in fuel. Oh, they're in an accurately thing called command and control. Alright. So what's the difference between these two? Because I don't remember. 0.005 tons, 0.04 tons, so this is heavier. But did I do anything different? Like, I feel like one would be better than the other. The smallest thruster block comes in a variety of variants that offer different RCS horn configurations to solve your RCS needs. These two look identical. Recent discovery of the third law of physics made it possible for Stedler Corps engineers to produce these small monopropellant thrusters to help with the attitude control, and linear motion, even though many Kerbal physicists still dispute the validity of this new law. Studies show that the thrusters seem to work as advertised. That didn't tell me anything about them being different. The bigger one uses a slight more monopropellant, but they still have the same angled stuff. So I think it's just a matter of how much weight you want to add to the rocket. And what we're going to do is do four-way symmetry, because I want to be able to control this in every direction. So I'm going to attempt to line something up with the circle. So that's these ladders. And I actually don't know if that is straightforward. This does line up with that circle better. So if I just go like this, that gives me a good, accurate thing. I want to put these on a flat surface, not really the curved surface. So if I go right here, again, four-way symmetry. That does put a monopropellant or an RCS thruster on where the ladder is, and I also can't place them right where I wanted them. Unless I place it over here on this portion. I can't place it on the door. I can have symmetry mode, place it on the door. So if I go like that, and I use my thumb as a reference, which I can't really see. What if I use my finger instead? And I get really close to it. It's about 2 knuckles of a finger, so it should go somewhere up here. I have to turn on snapping, but I was pressing D by accident. Let's make sure this is on with snapping. That should be placed correctly. Now, the thing that I forgot to do was add the probe, which is going to change the center of mass ever so slightly. So, I don't really know where we want to place the probe body. Are we going to require antennas to do this? We should be close enough to Kerban that we don't need antennas. So what I think I'm going to do is put a probe body way down here and reroute to it. Now the center of mass is way up there, but I think if I turn it on, turn it back off. Center of mass really didn't change much because of the probe body being so tiny, but if it was something heavier, it would change it. So now the next stage, and the final stage for this piece, is to make it a subassembly. So if we put it in here, we get to name it. So this is going to be Space Station Science Wing. Part to our space station. That has all of our science. Science equipment, we'll say. Oh, there is a character limit. So we'll just put it, it has all of our science. And save that. So now we have that piece there. We're gonna have to build a launcher for that, but not right now. So what we can do is, don't save that, load up the space station again, and we pretty much do the same thing but for a different piece. So the next thing I'm gonna do is the antenna and battery array. So first step is to reroute to the attachment point, then get rid of everything else. We're gonna have to go back to this. I want to again rotate this like that. And is there going to be a good spot for us to add monopropellant? Because I know we're using the inside of these for batteries, and they're pretty much stock full of batteries. So what I think we're going to do this time is use the small containers, and what I want to do is set them up only on this portion where the door opens, but I think I have to set it here, four-way symmetry, and then delete the ones I don't want. So that's what we're going to do. So I just do 1, 2, 3, and copy this, place it here. Welcome in, Gino. Congrats on being first yet again. If we remove symmetry and remove symmetry, we can take these apart. We come over here, we do the same thing on this side. And then we go down to the bottom. We're going to add the probe while we're here. So it looks very small compared to this, but that's fine. And then we just have to find a good spot for our RCS thrusters. So I want center of mass open. And center of mass is pretty much centered on what we have here. It's a little bit higher up on this, in the center of these pieces. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add an RCS thruster here on whatever this is. I'm guessing that's a hinge. And then on this portion, we'll put it above the hinge. And I'm going to try to use the lighter one, which is this one. Do I have it? No, I don't. I did have it. Oh, this is the opening portion, so I have to go to here. But pretty much do the same thing. So it's about right where the ladder is, honestly. If I go here and then four-way symmetry. Grab it again, we'll come all the way up here. Put it right above this ladder. Does it interact with anything on any portion? This relay dish might get a little hot from it, but if we lose just one, we should be fine. Pretty sure that's it. So we're of course going to reroute to the probe body, because that's going to be our control point. And then we're just going to make another subassembly. Simple as that. I just threw it away. That's okay, we can just reset. I'm going to make sure that it's still routed to the right spot, though. Okay, let's place it on subassembly this time. So this is Space Station Electrical Relays. The part to our science station that has batteries and relays, I guess. And save that. So now we're going to do this again. Do not save. Open space station. So now we have the science wing and the relay ring. Now we're going to move on to the fuel. Fuel would probably be the easiest because center mass is going to be ever so slightly above this portion where the two of these fuel cells meet. So it's probably going to be right about here because it has to adjust for this weight. But that would probably mean we can just put the RCS thrusters on the top of the fuel cells themselves. It'd be very easy to do. So let's do that next. And then the last portion, I think I just rerouted to the wrong port. Yes, I did. I need... No, it did reroute to the right spot. Okay. So if I remove this and just throw it away, we now have our route at this point. That's not the right button. That's the right button. There we go. Okay, back to the stuff that you guys already know. Oh, I can just stay here with this. I didn't see that before. So probe body, we're gonna keep putting them on the bottom, because it doesn't seem to affect them too much. I'm gonna put this in the center of the screen so when I zoom in... Oh, we need to add propellant to this. So let's do the same thing we did on the last rocket. You know, if I put it on four-way symmetry, we don't have to add multiple pieces. Because I was trying to make it 2 on 2 sides, but that's the same as 1 on all sides. I'm just gonna add monopropellant there. We have no idea if this is as much monopropellant as we need. We're gonna figure that out later. But this is also only gonna be in space. So it should be well over enough. Let's get our thrusters. Again, this is gonna be four-way symmetry. And if we just check center of mass, it is actually in the center as much as I thought it'd be up more because of this. Okay. Makes this a little bit easier. There we go. This is all done. Aside from us needing to reroute to the probe body. Okay, so let's drop this in here. Space station fuel. How about fuel reload? Part of our space station. That gets replaced with new fuel. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Alright, throw this away. We didn't actually have to throw it away. Could just reload it like this. And now we get to the last 2 parts, which is the main body and the thruster. So, again, reroute to that point. Get rid of everything else. Now the probe for this one is going to have to be placed somewhere different because we can't have it right where the booster is, or else it's going to get burned when we use the booster later on. So I think we're just going to put the probe body just on the side. So if I go back to here and we look at center of mass, it's a little bit above this, so we're going to be having our monopropellant a little bit up higher. So if I place them up here, it does bring up the center of mass a little bit. Next thing is probe body, and I want that on the side somewhere. I don't think I can have it on the side. If I rotate it, can I put it like this? No, it has to go on like a top or a bottom port. Yeah, that's the only spot I can put it. Where the attachment point is. Don't think I can put it underneath the engine. I can. But we don't want it there. So what if I add smallest attachment point? What would that be? That's not what I want. That's not what I want either. So I guess the smallest one I have, you know what, I could just go like this and have it ordered by size. So I only want one of these. And now I should be able to put the probe body on that itself. Is it because it's rotated wrong? Yep. Okay, that's our little probe body for this. Now, RCS. Our center mass is over a little bit because we have more weight on this side. That shouldn't mess with us too much. So, back to four-way symmetry. We're going to place it pretty close to center of mass because it's pretty low to the engine, or to the thruster. So that'll be good there. The reason why you want them centered away is so that they're not pushing too much on one portion of the rocket compared to the other. Like if we had the top portion further away, it would spin the top part faster than it would spin the bottom, or it's the other way around. So this just makes it more stable, having them closer to the center of mass. I think a little bit of a difference doesn't do much. Like I think our top portion is actually a little bit further away than our bottom portion, but that shouldn't do too much compared to it being way up here. But anyway, we are now going to reroute to the probe body and then save this as one of our final sub-assemblies. This is going to be Space Station Thruster. And I'm just going to say self-explanatory. You know, what I should have done was check all the weights and put that in the description. We'll do that after we have all the pieces ready. So if I reload it one more time, we now do not have to reroute anything. We just have to take off all the pieces. Because this is the last route. So, where should we put monopropellant on this one? I think we're going to put it on the top part. Let's have it by name this time. And what I want to do is not four-way symmetry. I just want it on two-way, I think. But I want two of them. You know, can I move this over slightly so that they're considered more centered? That should be good. We don't need a probe body because it's going to be manned. All we need is the thrusters. So where is center of mass on this? I'd expect it to be closer to the bottom like it is. So let's put them down here. Pretty far away from the center of mass. So I would also need it pretty far away up here. Let's put it right underneath the monopropellant. And that was only on two-way symmetry because that's the last time I was up here. So now it's on four-way. This should be it. I don't think I'm missing anything else. I don't know exactly how much monopropellant we need, so that's going to be something we change, which is why I'm saving it as a sub-assembly before the thruster, if I didn't explain that beforehand. So, put this here. Space Station main body. And just everything connects to this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to load each one of these and add the weight. So if we go down to here, no, if we go to the wrench, we see mass. We're going to add that to the description of each one. Oh, hold on. Do I wish to overwrite this subsummy? No. Is the only way to rename? To redo it? I think it is. Makes this a little bit more redundant then, because I'm gonna have to put this in here. And just redo the whole thing. Space station main body. 10.25 tons. Everything connects to this. Yes, I want to overwrite the previous one. We can get rid of this now. Bring this up. It got saved sideways for some reason. And this is also rotated. But when I touch it, it automatically rotates the correct way. That is weird. But anyway, this is very heavy because it has some fuel in it. If we just grab the Pro and bring it down here. Space station thruster. 24.911 tons. Self-explanatory. Overwrite the last one. Didn't mean to do that. I meant to get rid of the whole thing. So now the next thing we have, I guess, would be the science wing. Put that down here. Space Station Science Wing, so it's the same name. Then, oh, this is a pretty light one compared to the others. Funds. Has all science. We'll shorten the description. Overwrite the last one. The full fuel reload. Where's the probe on this? Right here. Space Station fuel reloader. This is 36.64 tons. Used to replace empty fuel on space station. Overwrite. And the last piece now is the electrical relay portion. So if I just move this down here. Space station. Electrical. Was it relays or relay? I don't remember. I'm gonna put relays. You know what? Still like that. This is gonna save it as a new name, so we're gonna have to delete this one. But what I'm more focused on is getting the weight. 6.340 tons. This all electrical and relays. That's relats. That's relays. Save that. Oh, it reset this one. But it didn't change the name. Okay, that was different. So now we have all 5 of our pieces with how much weight they have. So we just have to create different things for it. So the first thing I want to put up there is going to obviously be the main body, because without that, we don't have anything else. So I want to bring this up. We are going to get out of this view because we don't need to save it as a sub-assembly anymore. We're going to save this as its own rocket. So we go into payload, we bring the large protective shell. We don't attach it yet because we want to attach a decoupler first. Not that one. That one works, but do I want the double separation one? Where it separates the decoupler from both pieces? No, we want the one that I had before. And then for this, yeah, we can have it with actual propellant pushing it away. This goes on the bottom of that. And then we're gonna have to try and build a housing around this, which is gonna be the weirdest one to build a housing around. So I have to make this in portions that go out further each time, and I don't think it does. That's not good for us. What if I do C? Oh, that just toggles the height snapping to different portions. Has nothing to do about the width. Is there a bigger fairing that we need to unlock before we can do this specific portion? Because I could connect it in here like this, but actually I can't. It doesn't let you. And we have an ad. So I will be back in 3 minutes. Okay, back to this. Yeah, I wonder how big that message is on your screen. Give me just 1 second while I check something midstream. Nah, it doesn't take up too much room. Okay. Anyway, we have an issue here with that our fairing does not go out as far as I need it to. So what I'm going to do first is... Oh, I can't... make it place it. Where did it just say I could go into? It's turning gray. It's also getting very hot in my room. So I just turned on the air conditioners. I am surprised I can't go that far. Let's save this as 1.2 and go take a look at our science, because maybe we need to go to none first in order to unlock better fairing modules. What would that be? Large volume containment, maybe? Decoupler, large tank, smaller version, adapter, large tank. This is girder, docking port, connection point. Here's some more fairings. Well, just one more fairing. What is this? Inline clampotron was an accidental invention created after an engineer who really should have been wearing his glasses incorrectly interpreted the shielded clampotron's blueprints. Still, the rest of the team very much liked the idea of a sideways mounting docking point. Oh, this is what we want for the plane. So they want 2 things from here, and we need 300 science for that. We need another 100. Maybe we take 1 trip to Mun, and then come back to doing the space station. Let's do that. Take a quick detour. So what I want right now is... was it Moonhopper Mark IV? I think it was. Yes, it was. And this is going to have way too much fuel to get there and back. I do not have my notes open, so give me 1 second. Don't even need my notes, it's Mun. It's right next door. We just go east, we make it there, we come back, we're fine. I do want Bob. Let's go to Mun. SAS, full throttle, start. We've all been here before, we know what we're doing now. Bring this over a little bit. Lock us on prograde. Get this tab open so I can see our highest point as we get up there. And then the usual, I want to be right here at about 10 kilometers. When is your summer break over with? I have a weird route, so I have 2 answers for you. Public schools come back September 2nd, which is 3 Tuesdays from now. I don't want to say 3 weeks because it's more like 2 weeks. But I have private schools that are first thing in the morning that start on the 25th in 2 weeks on Monday. So in terms of when our streams are going to become shorter, Monday and Wednesday, it's going to be after September 2nd. So that'll be a Wednesday stream would be the first one to be affected. But I technically start work in 2 weeks. Nice clean zero lift turn. I don't know what you mean by that. Those are terms that I don't know maneuver-wise what that means. Are you saying that I did a good maneuver? Oh, maybe you were talking about the boosters shooting off. I am confused. Ah, okay. I understand now. We are almost... No, we're at 70... I'm gonna go to 75. And then lock on prograde so we can get over there without having to do anything. It's the gravity turn where you follow prograde to get the turn to work right, which is what I did by locking on prograde and getting to the right moment at the height that I wanted to be at. Means minimum steering losses on ascent. So I overthought what you were talking about. To be clear. Alright, now that we are pretty close to prograde, I'm going to unlock from that and just keep turning. Because if we lock on prograde, we're going to get to our highest point at a spot I don't want to be at. I could do a maneuver to try and get this more perfectly circular orbit. But it's only Mun. I'm not worried about how far away we are. I also overshot where I want to be, so it's... I'm pulling left to turn back. It's just going to take a moment. Because we don't have the thrusters on. I am also trying to get to 20 seconds before I start burning again. Which is right now. And now I can actually control where we go. So I'm testing out, without using a maneuver, at what time do I have to start a burn to make this more of a circular orbit. So we tested 30 seconds. That's definitely too much time. We tried 15 seconds, and that made our apoapsis go shooting through the roof. So although we did bring up our periapsis, our apoapsis was way too high compared to where I wanted it. So we're just testing something here. If I don't make it up, I'll just add a maneuver node somewhere and make it so that we actually get into an orbit. We're still going fine. There's a Carcol in chat. Why do I not remember what that is? That must be one of the Sword and Shield Pokemon that are like a mining cart with coal in it, since it's called Carcol. Okay, that's the last boosters. So our apoapsis is going up higher than I want it to be. That's our orbit capture. So I'm just waiting until we get to 70. We did rotate a little bit. Alright, that is 70 kilometers on our lowest point. Our highest point is 265 kilometers high. So I think my concept of how to get an orbit capture is incorrect. That I should be going completely sideways. Because our timing doesn't do anything differently. Or maybe I should do this sideways thing at 30 seconds to apoapsis to do what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn how to do it without a maneuver, that's all. But anyway, we're gonna ignore the rest of that. I don't have to save this time because that's one right there. It's so close to us. So I want to put the maneuver right about here, I think. So that when we burn prograde in the direction that this blue circle is pointing, going to pretty much where Minmus is, but on Mun's orbit. Mun should be there. We might have to change the time to being further over here. I'm not sure how fast Mun is moving at the moment. But we're going to mess with it. I didn't mean to close out of that. I meant to click on this. We're going to do some prograde burns. It's going to bring our apoapsis in the direction we're trying to go. That's why I'm not worried about our height. If anything, it's actually helping us get there. We do have more fuel to get to Mun than we need. Alright, so now let's mess with the time. I don't want to mess with the time that much, though. Small increments. Until we get a interaction. There's one interaction. Where's the earliest I can go? We're still getting an interaction. No, I want to go this way. So we don't get an interaction right here. That's the earliest I can go with this amount of change. So now if I do something I should have did the first time when we first got to this. Set as target, focus view on Mun. And then click on the maneuver. I don't want to add one, I want to click on the maneuver that's here. It's going to do that weird thing again. I think we're going to have to add a maneuver. With a good zero lift turn, normal rule of thumb is you want to get to about 45-degree pitch by 10 kilometers, which is what we tried doing. And keep following prograde should you get to the 10-degree pitch by the time you hit 45 kilometers, if you're still burning that. Okay. That's something I've never tried before. That means a much wider arc and a smaller burn when circularizing. Or we're trying to get that circular orbit. Okay. Anyway, what I want to do, since I can't click on this maneuver for some odd reason. Can I click the arrows and get to the maneuver? I can! I never tried clicking the arrows. That makes this easier. Okay. So we want to mess with the time, but slower. I'm just going to bring this as close as I can. I probably should be looking at the number. I'm going to bring this to the same thing as Minmus, where we're within 15 to 10 kilometers. And then I'm also going to bring it up to Mun's orbit line, which it's not too far off of. So if I put the line like this, we do a little bit of a normal burn. Can't really tell that it's moving. Now I can. I want the periapsis to be in line with this, not the actual purple line. I could care less about the purple line. Unless, when we do it, it is the line lining up the same. Okay. Let's change the time a little bit. It doesn't really mess with the spot there. We're going to need a less change. Oh, that was too much. Let's do a little bit more out. You know what? No, let's keep it at 10 and then we'll stop when we get to 15. So I'm going to leave it like this. This is our first maneuver. Once we get to in here, we'll put another maneuver for the orbit capture. So I'm going to go into this mode. We're going to click on that. We're going to fare off this. We're going to press 3 to extend the antennas. And let's turn RCS on now that we have the fairing disappeared. Turn on the RCS just to get us to rotate quicker. So we're pretty much burning into the planet if we had to start burning now, but we don't. So I'm going to turn RCS off now because we're pretty much on the maneuver, and I'm going to fast forward to a minute to the maneuver, which in a way should point us directly at the moon. Oh, it's way over there. So we're going to be circling around to it. All right, let's fast forward until we're within 10 seconds, and then we'll start this 1 minute burn. There's our 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle burn. And in case we have forgotten why I have this icon pulled up on the bottom that says start burn, this is a setting that you have to turn on or off. I forget which way it is turned, but it does the math for you so that you don't have to do the math between the node time to node until the burn time. You want to start your burn before the node to where you burn half of your time before the node and after the node. And that's what the setting does the math for you and does start burn in a few seconds there. So I don't have to do that math. Because when I was trying to learn that, I had it wrong. I was doing the opposite. I was doing time to node, half the burn. But anyway, that should get us all the way over there. I also did not pay attention to our height, so I think we actually need to go on retrograde and burn us away from this because I wasn't paying attention. Tiny bit of retrograde should pull us out just enough. It may not be the exact best way to do it. I should probably do like a normal or radially out maneuver. So if I go on anti-target, no, not anti-target, let's go back to retrograde. Alright, RCS off. I just want to do a quick burst. It does bring us where I want to be. Okay. So if I go back in here and we click on this thruster and turn down its limiter, we go back to here, we lock on prograde this time. And our RCS thrusters are actually changing our height. I never noticed that it could do that, but that makes sense. Because we're using a propellant to get to that point. That's pretty cool. Alright, that's pretty much close enough to do just SAS to get there. So now I am going to do a very small burn with a low thrust limiter to get us to under 15 kilometers. And that's good enough right there. We can add our maneuver node right here to get our best capture of MUN. So from right here, we turn this up, we burn retrograde until we get a circle, turn that down. And I want this to also be below 15 kilometers. Now, although I do know I can use the scroll wheel to get this to move, it seems very slow for my standard, so I am just going to keep spam clicking the mouse button to change it. That is within 400 kilometers. Now we are within 300. This is a lot further away than it looks. That's 200 kilometers now. I think it's slowing down how fast we get closer to it. As we get closer. Maybe I do want to turn this up a little bit. There you go, that's within 50 kilometers now. And as the apoapsis and periapsis start changing, should mean that we're getting closer to a perfect circle. So if I take a look at this, where does this change to as I change this? It is going down as I change our highest point. It should start going up at some point. That is a capture of 15 kilometers now. And it's pretty much on the equator, so we should have all the great craters except for the northern and the southern portions. I think there's one in the southern part. Yeah, there's one right here. But there's 4 craters all around the equator. There's none right there. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you have 1 in the southern, 1 northern. Then there's different biomes all thrown about. What message did I just get? Oh. Okay. So what we're gonna do? Lock on maneuver node, RCS, just to get us there quicker. It should pretty much be a retrograde burn. Maybe slightly different than retrograde, but it should be mostly full-on retrograde burn when we get to that point. Now, because we have the thrust limiter turned down so far, it does say it's going to take almost 3 minutes to burn. So I am going to turn RCS off now. I'm going to go to this screen so that we have the thrust limiter, and I'm going to turn it up. Now that says 19 seconds. If I go somewhere in the middle, it should be 1.5 minutes. No, that's less than 1 minute. That's good enough though. So let's fast forward to a minute away. So we are coming over to MUN. We should be getting our capture of MUN soon, where we slow down for a second and then speed up. There we go. And now we are within 1 minute of our maneuver node. So let's fast forward again to our 10-minute portion, or 10-second portion, I mean. That's 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full burn. Go to this screen so I can see our highest point. And then I'll just be throttling down as we get closer. We're not going to worry about a periapsis or apoapsis. I just need to know where our apoapsis is heading. So let's throw the throttle down. I almost said throw down. There's a Gardevoir in chat if anyone wants one. And it does seem to slow down as we get closer. The height changes slower. Now there is going to be a portion around Mun that we do not have any connection to Kerban. I'm not too worried about that. Right, let's get way down on our throttle. Now our periapsis just went down. Oh, we're not locked on the maneuver. Why aren't we locked on the maneuver? That would explain our periapsis being almost non-existent. I don't know what we did. Why did it change? Did it change when I came to this view? I don't know what happened there. But anyway, we should be able to fix it in a way by just going to the marker. I'm going to do a small burn here. It's going to bring up the periapsis. We have more than enough fuel to do this, so I'm not too worried about it. I mean, this is a burner that we only use to get to Minmus. So it's going to bring up our apoapsis a little bit until the periapsis meets where we want it. You know what? I'm going to keep burning in this direction to get our periapsis to where I want it. I'm going to go to 11 kilometers. We're at 10 currently. That's 11. So if I lock on our maneuver again, we should be able to bring down our apoapsis without changing much of our peri. You know, our periapsis went down quite fast with just using the monopropellant. I could just stop here, but I want to try and get it below 15 kilometers. And this is a 0.4 second burn at full throttle. We're not going to be doing a 0.4 second burn at full throttle. We're going to be doing a longer burn at a smaller throttle to try and get this down without changing much of our periapsis, which might not be possible. But anyway, start this burn. Periapsis is going down quite fast. I'm going to get rid of this maneuver, and we're just going to do prograde and retrograde burns to try and mess with this. Since we have more than enough fuel, we're kind of just playing around with controls at this point. I turn RCS on and make this a little bit faster. Alright, so going prograde should bring up our periapsis as well. Well, it should bring up both. You know what I should be doing is doing this burn at our apoapsis. So if I just warp over here, it's a little close. We should be fine. right there. I'm gonna do a full burn just to get the number up a little bit. We're gonna come over here and play around with our apoapsis now. So let's lock on retrograde before we even start moving. Because that will bring us closer to the retrograde marker as we get to periapsis. Wait a second. If I just stop, I don't know where we're rotating to. Because this is going to turn into our apoapsis when we get to periapsis, I think. Or retrograde when we get to periapsis. Could be wrong. I think I might be wrong. Let's just warp over here and see where that changes. I think the icon's going to change. Welcome in, Willow. OMG, you're using the words. It's because I learned the words. Alright. It looks like the icons actually didn't move. I did say OMG. Yes. How are you, Willow? How was your weekend so far? You're such a boomer and not a boomer at the same time. I am around a lot of boomers at work. I'm not the youngest bus driver in my area, but I do keep the score for being the youngest when hired. Oh, that was a little too much. But honestly, that got us where I wanted to be. So that was perfect. When I was hired to be a bus driver, I was hired really close to my 22nd birthday. So I was 21. And that is the minimum age you can be to be hired as a school bus driver, because you have to be 21 to get a CDL in my area. Oh, the special treats aren't up here anymore. Forgot to turn that off. She hasn't been eating them, so I put them downstairs with the kittens. So I will give her... Oh, and you did the other kitty treat too. So I'll give her a bunch of the regular treats. Mind you, they do have the oral health ones that she likes. And you did the Transformer redeem? You're the first person to do that redeem, Willow. And I find that ironic. I thought Regus with a W. I thought Regus would be the first one to do it. So now... And you put in some of the points for the week-long extravaganza. So I'm going to pause the game for right now. We're going to go into the just chatting scene. And Gino did it! So, with both of you doing that, that now means that from here on, as long as we get a total of 2,000 points per stream, for the next 5 streams, we'll be doing the week-long extravaganza. That means no one is required to do 4,000 points in one stream. You keep forgetting the challenge? That's fine. Start a descent now. Where do we want to land on Mun is the question. Is there a crater we have the most coverage of? We got a lot of coverage from right here. This kind of has a more of a crevice portion taken out. No plants, no pants, no worries. There's a small event chat if anyone wants to catch an olive Pokemon. Okay, so I think we're gonna aim for right here. All I have to do... We're gonna burn retrograde over here. So I am still on retrograde, but that's gonna move when we get closer to our lowest point. Well, it doesn't move. We move around the sphere. Almost all the way over to prograde. So once we stop moving, I'm going to turn RCS on to get us all the way back over where we were. I am trying to help it by moving. I don't know if it actually is. And as you can see, our lowest point marker was changing because we're using propellant to get to it. But anyway, we are going to aim for right here. All we have to do is bring down the blue line to about right here where that white line is. And then when we get over it, we're going to burn even more so that we go straight down where we want to be. And I'm not worried at all about how close we are to the lowest point. I just figured that'd be the easiest spot to do it. Alright, turn that off, because that's going to make annoying noises. And if I just start doing a burn... We don't have to do this very quickly. Our lowest and highest point did change. Congrats, Gino, on catching Smoliv. You know what, let's go a little bit faster. Okay, our lowest point is now below the ground. So in a little bit, I am going to be cutting the throttle right there. I think that'll work out. So now the next thing we're doing is staying in this view until we get over there. So I want to fast forward until we get to the crater. I don't know how far away it is. This looks like its own biome. That's a good point. Am I going to be able to tell what the crater is? Like, I'm not over it, so it is going to be very noticeable. Okay. Because I thought it was going to be this little guy. But it should be right over this ridge. And it's going to be a pretty large crater. There it is. Oh, I see why everyone says that Minmus is hardest to get to. I don't think there's any flat surfaces to land on, except for the one we're flying over. Okay. We're just gonna burn retrograde. And get us down to the surface, and we'll figure it out. I can break off this booster at any point to help us. I think we're gonna end up going into this crater here, or somewhere in there. It is going to be more of a crash landing in a way. Because we're probably going to fall over. We are going a little too fast for us to go straight down just yet, but we should see that we start moving up on the blue. With any luck, we might make it over to here. Actually, if I just turn off the thruster, where do we end up going? I can't zoom in further, but looking at what I think is the blue line here, it does look like we're aiming for a flat surface. Past one more crater. So I think we're shooting for right here. If I speed up time a little bit. We are going a little too fast. I'm concerned about our speed. So I think we'll actually aim for somewhere over here. Because if we go too fast and get too close, I won't be able to slow down fast enough. Let's change this to height of land instead of sea level. Are there any seas on Mun? Minmus had a frozen sea. That's pretty much the same thing. Alright, we're within 30 meters per second. In the meantime, I am going to be opening something I didn't open beforehand. And that is the Kerban biome, so that I can see the biomes of Mun. I'm used to saying Minmus. And I want this very colorful one over here. Alright, get the game back open. Now we should be going almost pretty much straight down. So all I have to do now is worry about our speed. And this might be an outdated map, because it doesn't actually tell me which spot I'm at. But anyway, we are going pretty fast, so let's turn this down. I'm going to keep this open, so if I need to, I can do a full throttle burn. We did slow down fast enough. I'm not too worried. We should be going even more straight down. And this looks flat enough that we might be able to drop down with this. And just like leave it here as a monolith. But another thing to point out, this is our first time landing a person on Mun. And we are not on a flat surface. But that's fine. As long as I slowly touch the ground. We are going to fall over. Yeah, we're definitely going to fall over. I'm trying not to break. That was very strongly fall. A very strong fall, I mean. If I turn SAS off, we won't do this weird flapping motion. And what I want to do is get out and put a flag here. Leave this booster. So I could break off now and leave the booster there. How much velocity do I need to get back home? There's another thing I didn't have opened up beforehand. Come on, start scrolling. There we go. We are on Mun. Why does this number look wrong? Let me do math. So I wrote down total velocity needed to go to Kerban, to Mun, and back. Oh, that does not include landing on Mun. Okay, so I do know what we need. We should need around 600 meters per second or 900. You're right, 900. I'm looking at Mun orbit, not Kerban to Mun, which is the same as the Mun to Kerban. So you are right, it is 900. 600 to get into Mun orbit. Oh, only a 300 to capture. Got you. I was right the first time. Welcome in, Oz. Peek, peek, peek. No. Anyway, we're gonna stay here. I should have the biome open on my screen now. So let me just fix my things here so I can actually see the biome. And also have the list of biomes open on a different page. So I don't know how many biomes Mun has. It has 17 biomes. How do I scroll to the left? I guess I could just move it. That works. And that messes up the list. Okay, so it has similar biomes to Kerban. It has poles, polar lowlands, high, mid, and lowlands. It has midland craters. It has a highland crater. It has canyons, east farside crater, farside crater, polar crater, southwest crater, northwest crater, east crater, twin craters, farside basin, and northeast basin. There's quite a bit. And I have no idea what crater we're in currently, so I have to zoom out. And it has a little icon going up here, which I'm going to assume is a canyon. That's going north, so I'm going to assume we're in the pink one, which would be the far side crater. You know, I could just do an EVA or any of the sides and figure it out. I just realized that. So, our first setup is to put all this. I want this open so I can keep track of nothing. We actually don't need that open. So if I pin this up here and then we go inside here, I want the goo also pinned up here so I can reset it quickly. And we can close that. So, if we do our science, this should be all new science because we've never landed on Mun. We never even landed a satellite on Mun. And also the YouTube message is incorrect because right now it's 1 through 28 instead of 1 through 27. I have episode 33 rendered. I just didn't upload it yet because of streaming. So anyway, if I press 1, we collect all the science that we can. And we are actually getting 100 science for everything. Nope, 200 for report. 32 for temperature, 48 for atmospheric pressure, and 40 for goo. Okay, so the Science Junior gives us the most science for that. Fair enough. We're going to do an EVA and jump off. We should be able to jump back on here. because of Mun's low gravity. If I can't just like bounce over to it without walking, I should be able to jump to it. I definitely can jump to it. Now, I walked away because we place a flag too close to an object, it launches that object. And we're going to put this as the first landing site. So name should pop up. There we go. And then accurately name Bob Kerman's first landing on Mun. We are probably going to be making multiple trips over to here, just like we did with Minmus, just to get all the signs. So I don't know exactly how much fuel I have to do all this. That's 120 just to do a surface sample. There are large concentrations of melted byproducts here. Some appear to be formed by intense pressures and heat. And EVA, you start to say something dramatic and poignant about the plight of Kerbal kind in this grand universe, only to be cut off by the random radio chatter that the situation is abnormal. This is world's first Mun landing contract and everything. We do not do contracts on this one because we are in the science mode. We're not in career mode anymore. But yes, this is our first landing on Mun. We've been to Minmus and got every biome science. We went to Minmus first because I was told it was the easier one to land on. So if I jump, can I fly forward? No, I have to be in motion first. So if I go like this and then jump, I at least land on the rocket. There we go. Thank you, Oz, for donating 2,000 points to our week-long extravaganza. That means the Saturday beforehand, RCS turn jetpack on. I tried doing that before and it didn't work. Let me try it while you're here to help. I just jumped down. RCS on. Oh, okay, now it worked. Maybe I just wasn't in a spot that the jetpack would have worked. Okay, thank you for that. I guess we just didn't try where it actually does turn on the jetpack or whatever. Maybe I was on Kerban and tried to use the jetpack and it just wasn't strong enough. I don't know. I don't want to climb out. I guess this does not reach the top anymore. That's fine. We only get off of this to do a flag. The rest of the time we can do a surface sample from being on the rocket. Anyway, next step is to collect all the signs into our little box. And then we get back out. And we restore the goo, which I'm going to move up here. And we restore the science trainer. This can be untagged because we're going to leave this here as a monument. So, what I was trying to say with Oz helping out, because we have had 3 people do a total of 6,000 points, is that literally next Saturday in 7 days, no one has to do any points as long as we do 2,000 points on Monday and Wednesday. And there's a Magikarp in chat. That is a Gen 1 fish that I think I have. Let's do Poke check. If you do exclamation Poke check, it will tell you if you do not have something. If you get no response like I just did, that means you do have the Pokemon. You don't have to try and catch it again. If you do not have the Pokemon, it will give a message. So no message means you have it. And I don't know what the exact message is. It just says something along the lines of you don't have it. I think it does a red X if you don't have it. So it appears Gino already has it because he also did not get a message in a response. Or as a response. That's something I usually don't do because I'm only worried about catching Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't really pay attention to what I do have, but I knew ahead of time that we've done Magikarp. Because I remember talking about it because I explained before that it is the Pokemon that evolves into Gyarados. And there's an ad as I'm talking about Pokemon, so I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Let's pause. And that was perfect timing to come back. I just sat down and put the headphones in. The message saying that the ad was ended went out. Pokecheck was right. You have 2 of them. Alright, I see that our message went out for the command, so let me check to see if there was anything I missed in between. Looks like I did not. Okay. Okay, so back into the game. I should probably save right here, because I know we're going to have accidents. So, first thing I'm going to do, press space to break off. Puts us down on the ground. That's fine. We're going to do a little bit of thruster to get us pushing away. But I need to turn this up. No, I don't think we're going to slide back down. No. What I want to do is turn RCS on, and I'm going to use it to try and stand up the best I can. Is the gravity on Mun stronger than Minmus? I think it may be stronger than it is on Minmus. I don't know if there's a way to check that, but that would make sense in terms of making them different. Yeah, it's 1/6 G like our moon. Or 6 gravity. So Minmus is less than 1/6. So on Minmus, we were able to use our RCS thrusters to right ourselves. And on Mun, we can't. So I actually don't know how we're going to stand back up, other than going up this hill and trying to shoot off like we're flying away. Can I rotate? I can roll, which is helping me in a way. Okay, that at least placed me in this direction. We're gonna skate against the ground at a slow speed, hopefully. Because I think if I go too fast, something might break. And something happened to be all of it. So, good thing I saved. Let's scroll down all the way back to here. This is right before we broke off. How do I upright myself? Could probably push the landing gears out to help, but I don't know if it will help. Because on Minmus, it made it harder to upright. I think we should have broken this off first. Alright, we have us saved right here. If I do the persistent load, where does that put us? I think it puts us in the same spot because I just reloaded. I hear Kerban noises. Okay, so did save after we landed. Okay, so this is the same thing as before. Did it save after science? Actually, we won't be able to tell if this is after science because we haven't taken the science back home yet. Until we just climb back up on her seat. So if I'm not sure. Let's try using this to upright ourselves. So I'm going to turn SAS and RCS on. And I'm going to give us a little bit of throttle and hope if I pull up. Nope. Straight into there. I may have messed us up. No, I can't rotate us. So long as we are connected to this engine, I can't change our heading. So let's try extending the landing gears before we break off. It does make us start sliding, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. If I just grab this, place it all the way up. Put them back on. I obviously want to rotate, so let's put the landing gears down. No, I want to rotate like this. No, I'm definitely not going the way that I want to go. Alright, let's get away from our rocket a little bit. Alright, that noise annoys me. I really don't know how to save ourselves from this. Because we're going to end up being near that crater, I think, if we're going north. So I'm gonna, I guess, try this again. One thing to try from reload. Surface mode radially out, which would be the blue icon with the lines on the outside. RCS on. Deactivate the large engine. Throttle up. Stage. And hope you're pointed up fast enough to lift off somewhat. Let's try it. Because other than that, my only idea is to try and slide over to where that crater is on the map and hope that I can blast off the crater just enough to upright ourselves. I don't want to save. I want to load. I should probably delete some of these saves. I don't think we need this many anymore. Okay, so from here... Surface mode... Oh, I need SAS on. Surface mode, radially out. So this is trying to get us to radially out. I think I need to... I can't rotate. This is the... We're stuck pointing this direction. Like, I can bounce a little bit by using the fins on the bottom, but I can't change my direction. And when I stage, it's going to take us off of that point. Let's try different things. RCS on. Right in the service mode, radially out means straight up. I do know that. Try from reload. Surface mode, radially out. RCS on. Deactivate large engine. Throttle up. Stage and hope we're pointed up fast enough to lift off somewhat. Alright, so let's try this. I don't think we're going to be automatically on radio. I think I'm going to have to click on it. I forgot to change the, hold on. Forgot to change the other rocket to having more thrust, because it's saved for Minmus travel. We never landed on Mun, so I don't have it preset. So I need this off and... whoops. This on. Alright. Like this, and let's hope we don't hit that rock. Yeah, I saw that coming. Alright. Are we done? Is there gonna be another explosion? Welcome in, Rob Red. Seems like things are going well here. Yeah. We landed sideways on Mun and are trying to find a way to right ourselves without losing Bob. Because I could just go back to tracking station, redo this launch all over again. And if I reload to the save before this one, if I go to 27, that's going to be before we did all of our work on the space station. I don't want to reload and have to do all that all over again. Didn't realize that was a spark. Thought it was a turret. No, this wasn't set up for Mun. I realize that now. I thought they were going to be similar gravity. Just rotate the Mun 90 degrees. Alright, let's try my idea that I did the first time again. And hope this time I go slower. So we're going to immediately break off of this. Because this, we can't move this at all. We tried every direction, and I need to click on this. Put that all the way up. I know with our landing gears out, we point into the ground. We should probably lower our antennas just to make less of a thing to hit or drag. And then SAS, RCS, we're going to try to rotate away from this rock. Which isn't too difficult to do. That's good enough. And what I want to do... let's figure out which way I actually need to rotate this to go up to there. So it'd be down and left if we were able to turn. And then I'm going to do a small thrust. And hope that maybe at some point, if you're going to shove yourself along the ground, keep it under 5 meters per second. Much more than that is explode. Thank you. I didn't know what that speed was yet. That's what we're going to test out. I do know we exploded when we hit the 6 meter mark, so that makes sense. And we are pushing away the thruster behind us. I think that's funny. Now we're starting to turn. So I am pulling up and left, but for some reason we're going more right. If I keep rotating this, that's going to actually flip us over. I don't want that. We're going to start facing downwards, and I don't want that either. Can I go back to facing upwards, please? What if I rotate to the right? Will we spin like a screw and end up facing left? That's spinning us the wrong direction. We're just gonna keep going this way since it's working. Eventually we point upwards. There we go, stop spinning. Go back. If I put us heading north, I think that's where a crater is above us. There's a crater directly north of us. I'm hoping if we can get up to the peak of this, yes, I said it, we should be able to take off and at least upright ourselves. So I guess let's just throttle enough to get up there. Alright, we're getting some forward speed. No, we're spinning. I'm gonna have to counteract the way that the rocket naturally wants to go. And there goes Wilbert saying the word. So this is gonna be a slow change here. Because I want to make sure we're pointed the right direction the entire time. Now we're losing a little bit of control. Oh, RCS might help us stay here. We are sliding downhill to the left, but we're still facing north. Now, I don't think the RCS thrusters are actually helping us much. Maybe they are. Because we are getting a little bit of wobbling, but we're not getting as much of a rotation as when I was doing it myself, trying to fix the corrections. We're getting close to that 5 meter per second mark, so I'm going to slow this down a little bit here. I don't want to lose speed, I want to stay at a speed. Is there a way that I can just, like, drag this? No. We're still losing speed. That's okay, because it looks like we're going to end up going downhill a little bit before we go up this peak. And if this ends up not working, we might make a rocket that rescues Bob. And just leave this on the ground somewhere. Can I just continue to pull up on RCS? And maybe magically somewhere it works? No, it looks like it's just changing our direction for some reason. Why are we... Oh, it was rotating instead of turning. That makes sense. We are going too fast. Didn't realize the speed we were going. Oh, that's full throttle. That's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's get back to this. We are starting to face towards a rock at this point. We're also going uphill, so I'm going to probably need more thrust. I try to rotate it so that we have two legs pointing downwards at all times. There we go. Let's give us a little bit more thrust here. I think I might get whatever biome... Actually, we should be checking our biomes here. No, I'm still in the big biome, so it's not going to be a different biome when we get up here. So I'm going to do full throttle when we get to the peak. We're starting to slow down again, because we're going more uphill than before. Yeah, just floor it, terminal velocity or bust, literally. That's what I think I'm going to have to start doing. Because if I go too slow when we get to the actual peak point, we won't be able to have enough velocity to go up. If that makes sense. And I think if we start flying around after we correct ourselves, we might not have a lot of velocity space-wise. Oh, that was a solar panel, because we're going a little too fast here. So let's get our landing gears out. Is there a flat spot that we should try to aim to? I'm not sure. Kind of do want to aim more this way. We do still have thrust compared to Mun's gravity, so that's helping us. Let's go retrograde now. We might explode. And by might, I mean we completely explode. Alright, what actually exploded? Because now we're back at square one. We might as well just get a second person to come and rescue Bob. It looks like it was just solar panels. He just laughed and said no. That's true. I think I am just gonna... Oh, it also took off the ladders here. So, I think this is a loss of a mission here. We're gonna keep Bob here safely inside the cockpit. Or the crew hatch, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to go back to the Space Center and create an actual lander for specifically on Mun. And this time, since I want a thing that can hold 3 people, we're going to start with this Mark III command pod. Or 1-3. I don't know what the difference is there. I should have a bigger parachute now. That fits that, yep. And this is the small one. No, these are the same size. What's the difference? Double the size of Mark 16, now with only 50% of structural integrity. It's known as the drogue parachute. Small, deploys high up, and certainly not enough to stop you. Oh, we want the blue one. The orange one is just to slow us down. The blue one is to actually stop us from crashing down. You only streams KSP now forever? Alright, well bred. Whatever. And for this, I think I only want... Well, one, a heat shield. That's in the heat marker here. So I want... No, I don't want that one. I want 2.5. Then we're going to go into decoupling. We want 25, I think. Yes, we do. And then fuel. Do I put the big tank? Do I put a small tank? Let's start with the small tank, and then we'll just change it to being a bigger one later on. Now, I think you said before that we want a Terrier. Just small. But that's fine. What I'm gonna do is... put one of these on, not that one. Just for looks. Terrier on the bottom. We're gonna need landing gears on this as well. Now we do have better landing gears than what we were using before. So let's use the newest landing gear that we do have. I want this... I can actually place it here and then move it down. Let's do that. For this one I'm gonna do 4-way symmetry. Nah, I'll do 3 still. And then we're gonna move it down. Oh, it can't go much down. Okay. I thought I'd be able to move down further. But we're gonna put it where I was initially thinking of putting it, which is right here. snapping on. We do need to rotate it downwards. We're going to be changing it. It's not going to look like this. First thing I want to do, I think, is rotate them outwards. Or do they even have to be rotated out? Because this looks like a swivel, so it adjusts for the height. What do they look like retracted? Oh, it flips over. It flips us upside down. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like that. I want some sort of fin to help us in re-entry. So let's do fins here, I guess. He could prove me wrong right now, but instead, all he says is, okay, well bred. Because I'm not going to play Peak yet. We probably will end up playing Peak on our week-long streaming thing. As long as we hit the point goal. Now this has a little bit of RCS in it, so I don't think we have to actually add any more. How many does it have? I think it has 4 parts. Yeah, it does have 4 points. So I might as well add... Nah, do I? Yeah, we do want vertical RCS at least. If I go right here and I do 4-way symmetry... Does it get blocked by anything? It does get blocked by this one fin. I could probably just move the fin. If I go to that, does that block any other thrusters? No. Okay, so that's what. Does it block a landing gear? It does not. They're also perfectly centered around the landing gears. So I think this is all we need for the spacecraft here. Does my largest fairing that I currently have encase this? What is it? Is it payload? It is payload. So if I put this down just temporarily, can I actually go around this? Because we were going to Mun just to get more science. Can I look at this? It does look like we won't hit it. But I think I want to move these in a little bit, at least. I want this locally, so when I do the red, it goes inwards. 1 tick should be fine. I don't think we need another tick. This obviously is going to be taken off right now. Because we want a decoupler underneath that. That's the wrong button. I think I want this one because it's bigger than the engine. Then we do the fairing. It's going to go there. It's going to go straight up. And it's going to go straight in once I get the right orientation here. Right there. Now, something I didn't do yet was set this up. I want it at least 2,000. And this at least 0.5. So 1.5. No, let's do 75. So that's our lander for right now. I did not put a ladder on this. That's a thing that I should need. Let's get some of these in here. I am going to put one here. That should be on the decoupler, so it's not on the heat shield. That means it'll pop off with the decoupler. And a bunch of these until we get to this fairing here. Now I need to know which ladder is the longest that we could place on here. And when it's extended the correct direction, it also reaches the same height as the landing gears. So I need to rotate this. Did I grab the right thing? I did not. So I just press Z to redo that, just in case. Now we have the right thing. And if I go back to extending these, it does not reach low enough. I can extend it downwards more. So do I want local or absolute? I want absolute this time. Let me just bring it to there. Still not low enough. Could I put another extendable ladder here that would push this down instead of using multiple of these? Maybe. How far down does this have to be before it actually would reach the ground? That goes in the ground. I'm going off of this joint, not the angle of this. That would be perfect there if I can get it to work. If I put these on, I can probably rotate them, right? Everything can be rotated. Let's turn off snapping. Bring it out a little bit. Let's see if this will work the way that it is. It's gonna also mean that I have to take off the fairing. So what I'm gonna do is action groups. In the landing gear, I also want to extend the ladder. Back into here, we're gonna start with this retracted. Rescuer. And we're gonna save this. And we're gonna test it. So the first stage should be blowing up this fairing. Yeah. And I actually want this to be with the parachute. So this is going to be just a test to see if it, the landing gear and the ladder works correctly. So that I can walk down. We could just use a jetpack if this doesn't work, so I'm not too worried about it. And we're going to fall off because I had this decouple. Alright. Revert flight. Launch. We'll move that decoupler, and we'll just have the fairing on its own. The decoupler should be with the engine anyway. Alright. If I press G, should do the landing gear and the ladder, and we should be able to get down all the way to the ground. We are stuck on the fairing. Alright. Revert vehicle assembly will delete the fairing. We did save this rocket with the fairing on. Also get rid of that. So if I launch without saving, when we reload, we'll have the fairing back on it, and I don't have to reset that. We shouldn't fall over. G again, please. Alright, that definitely does go in the ground a little bit, but can I use it? Why do I have 3 people? We're gonna have to take people out of here when we go to actually use this rocket. They can get down there. Then I do weird funky things on the ladder there. That's the ground. What happens when I go back up? Do I do weird funky things again? Do I have to turn this upside down? Maybe it's upside down. It's making things weird. Because we're technically underneath the ladder. Ow. I think it's because this is upside down. Reload. We'll reload to this. And all I want to do is pick this up. Not like that. Not like that. I think that's the correct way that we want these. I just have to rotate it the right way. It looks like it's the right way. Alright, let's rotate them. They definitely are correct. Alright, I want it over a little bit, down to right about there, and out. Alright, let's save this, and then do the same launch. Wait a minute, I should save it like that. Now let's try it again. Alright, landing gears, ladder. EVA, can I get all the way down? Can I get all the way back up? And that was a perfect transition between the ladder. If I let go and I grab back on, is it a perfect transition going back up? Yes, it is. Okay, we have the lander ready. But I think I need to put him back in before it lets me, uh-oh. What happened there? I think the top landing gear or ladder might need to be, rotated in a little bit. Or do I have to press climb out? That seems weird. Anyway, I can reset now. Probably could have reset before having them inside, but anyway. We have these on three-way symmetry. That wasn't intentional. And I think the easiest way so I don't have to pick them up is to just right-click on them and then delete them. Not that. Go away, please. I picked it up. It's not what I meant to do. Alright, so this one here seems to need to be rotated in. Oh, it is out further than the rest. I'm gonna rotate it a little bit. It's rotated a little too much for what I'm trying to go here. That should work. And I didn't do that change with the stuff on here. Alright, so let's do this the easy way then. That should have taken off the others. It did. Alright. Oh, the decoupler is out more than the fuel. That's why it's pointed out more. I get it now. I have snapping on, that's why it wouldn't move. A little bit of a rotate there, we'll bring you up, out. I rotated you further than I need to. So now you're a little too far away. Alright, so that should work. We know the ladder and the landing gears do work, so that's good for Mun. What I don't know for sure is how much thrust to weight ratio it has on Mun. Why can I not do this? Can only see how much TWR it has in space. It's because I don't have pressure science from it? No idea. They could do it here. It definitely doesn't have enough here. Alright, I think we're just gonna work with this for right now. So if I get my notes open again, so that I can see how we're gonna do this, I think I want to save this as a sub-assembly and get a rocket from another thing. So if I reroute to this, this over here, we're just gonna call it Rescuer. And then I don't want that, I want this. And what I want to do is probably reroute to that, to what I'm clicking on. Get rid of all this. Grab the Rescuer, put that on top. And then we have to move things around. This should make it easier for us to work around stuff. So our first rockets don't do enough. And I think that's because of everything being moved around in our staging. So let's go through the stages. Last stage is the parachute and the decoupler for that. This can go right down there. Coupler. Then I want the one engine, which is right here. No. He's going here. What other engines do we need here? We actually want these in this stage, along with all of these. We don't want the fairing yet. So when we go to take lift off, we start all the engines on the bottom. We break off these solid state ones. We start the sideways thrusters. Then the next stage would be breaking off the side boosters, which are these. And that can have the fairing. The next stage is just breaking off the fairing, well, the last booster, and starting this engine. So what I'm going to do is call this the Mun Rescuer. Which I would assume means I have to overwrite the other one, which is good. And I am going to take these off and add a different kind on. Just like that. And then we have this system here. I am looking at the two of these numbers of kind velocities. It does seem a little sketchy, like it won't be able to make it. Do I have a bigger solid fuel? I do. We could change the solid fuels. This is a liquid fuel? No, it's solid. And that's the one we're currently using. I don't want to pick it up, I just want to look at it. It is weaker than this one. I probably should be using this. Let's do that. Let's take this off. Add this to the decoupler. It is on four-way symmetry, so they should all be in there. And then, of course, we have to move it up, because we can't leave it in the ground like this. What do I want them equal to? Probably boosters underneath. Then I have to do the staging again, all over again. These come down here. And that was it. That gives a lot more thrust. And I think I want these over here. I could probably cut this down just so that the fairing isn't in the way. If I were to take these off and grab this fuel, throw it away, put this back on. It's not in the way of the fairing. In terms of our speed, we did lose a little bit, so what if I take those off and add that little fuel back in? We do go back to hitting the fairing. Maybe it won't do any damage? That got us pretty close to the velocity I need to get out. So I'm going to save this. And we're going to try to get into orbit and then save. So, we should have all the action groups correct. We are going to change our crew, because I only need Jebediah. I don't need anyone else. Now let's start and see if this goes into orbit at least, around Kerban. SAS. Full throttle. Oh, it doesn't have the breakaway things. Hold on, I forgot one step. Good thing I noticed that beforehand. Don't remember which ones I used. It was these. Okay, so this has to go on. I do want a four-way symmetry because I think that will put in the correct spots on other things. I do want it rotated though. So it puts it right on that side. Obviously that's not in the right spot, but we'll change it. This one I want this way. And then again in here. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but this is the way that I wanted it. Should be centered. And then this goes on here. But it turned the other way. Alright, now I have to go through all this and delete the things that we don't want. And the last two. Okay, now we need to set them up being on the correct thing. So when we break these off, I want those new thrusters down here. Alright, so there's all 8 and the 4 of those. Let's save. This time we should be able to start. We should only have Jebediah down here. I didn't put a science canister on here. That's another thing we need added to this. Or else we won't be grabbing the science from the rocket that's over there. One more change. Where am I going to put this, though? It would have to be up top. Which will be an easy change, because all I have to do is change the fairing afterwards. I take that off, and we grab this. How weird does it look like just being right here? Does look odd. And not being on top doesn't help. What if I do it like this, but add a decoupler just to hide it? That's too small. Oh, that doesn't hide it. I thought it would hide it like a rocket engine. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. What about a fairing? We do the smallest fairing. I want to edit this. Just to right there. Oh, I can't. It has to be a point above it. Okay, we're gonna ignore that then. Did that just get rid of everything? It did. Take this off. Throw away that. Put this back on. Instead, for structural support, I'll put some struts. Four-way symmetry, please. That's Control X. But yeah, Control X should be... Wait a second. There we go. Just so that this doesn't break off or something later on. Then we need to edit you. To there. Is that everything we need? I think so. We don't need lights, but that would help us at some stage. We should still be able to get out if I save this and we do a test launch at least. We're going to try doing an EVA. It'll tell us if we can't get out the door. We will also be having a ad break in about a minute. All hatches are obstructed, cannot exit. Okay, we do need to change that. So before we actually do a test flight, we're going to be having an ad break. And all I have to do to change this is to click on you, bring you over here. Put you back on four-way symmetry, because for some reason I took it off. From here to here. That should be right. Is it right? Can I do an EVA? All hatches are obstructed. That's not true. There we go. So if the fairing is around it, they won't do an EVA. Right, we're gonna just revert to launch so that we put the fairing back on, and I will see you guys after we take our break. And we're back. So let's try to get them in. SAS, full throttle. Don't think I missed anything else. Let's just take off. Oh, something I didn't think about was putting struts on this at the top so that they don't fly apart, but they're actually not wobbling as much as I thought they would. So maybe we don't have to worry about it. There we go, now prograde's actually moving. We are not going over as fast as we should be. These boosters actually have quite a bit of thrust. So I'm trying to pull us over, but we're going to pass the 10-kilometer mark. Welcome in, Regas. Does the rocket go faster when it's painted black? I'm going to say no. Oh, we have way more fuel than we need to get up here. Our solid fuel stuff isn't even done yet. And we're already at a 90-degree. So I just turned off our thrusters because our apoapsis is 128 kilometers high, and we don't want it to be that high. So what I'm going to try and do is obviously move it down. So the moment I get past 70 kilometers, if I am at the horizontal point, we're just going to start doing our thruster. That should bring down the apoapsis, I think. I hope. Have a good rest of the stream. Some unknown person forgot to buy cheese and bread, so now I have to go to a grocery store like a weirdo. Have fun, Regas. And that's the 70-kilometer mark, so let's just start thrusting here. I think I have to point downwards so that our apoapsis doesn't go up too high. Or I'm thinking of this wrong. Here's the quick way of doing it. Just go on to our periapsis. Or retrograde, I mean. Wait, why am I going retrograde? I want to... Hold on. Hold on. I was supposed to be on prograde that whole time, and I was just right next to it. We're getting back to it. And hopefully I can burn this at the right time. So if I just speed up time a little bit here. Let's get that periapsis up. Should probably wait until after we passed apoapsis so that it doesn't go up as high. Alright, that's our highest point. Let's keep burning. So we actually overdid this rocket, which I didn't think we would end up doing. But that's good, because the next time we need a rocket that can shoot up something heavier, like our space station, we'll be able to use this one. Hopefully it'll be, you know, more fuel efficient. Or use less fuel as it goes up, I mean. Alright, now we're in the positive number. Excuse me. Now we're in the positive numbers. That burp came out of nowhere and I couldn't stop it. There we go. That's an orbit. Where is Mun? Mun is over there. So we're gonna go focus view. Now I can see where we should aim for. If I add a maneuver right there. That's one way of getting an interaction. Okay, if I do a little something like this. We take a look at that. We're also gonna have to break off our boosters at some point. Okay, that is a good capture, and it's pretty much on an equatorial orbit. So I think we're good on that front. So, actually, if I speed up time, then we can't move our icon. So we're going to wait until we lock on the maneuver node, so that when we orbit around to the actual maneuver, we're not too far away from it. We're going to be taking our extra liquid fuel cells to Mun and then trying to crash it into Mun. Alright, we're now pretty much there, so I'm just going to fast forward us. Because we should pretty much stay with the maneuver node, but it will be a little bit off. There we go, just a slight adjustment. And now let's fast forward until we get within 10 seconds like usual. Oh, that's a little bit further in, but that's okay. Full throttle burn. Now we have 3 engines right now, and I am a little concerned. And it says I need to stage. But I don't really have to. So we're just gonna keep going. Eventually we should see our line coming from the left. Mind you, we don't know if we actually have enough thrust to leave Mun. Or if we even have enough fuel, which for some reason isn't showing up as anything right now. Not sure why that is. I stopped our engines for a second there so that I could click on this. Remember, I want to just below 15. Oh. That is okay. We're a little bit under. I'm fine with that. Let's get our orbit capture. Oh, I need to go retrograde. Alright, there's our apoapsis. And now if I click on the maneuver node again, turn this down. let's get you dialed in. We're getting pretty close. Let's turn the change down a little bit. Just under is good. What is this at? Because it didn't stay set. You know, 14 and 13 kilometers, that's pretty darn good. Let's get us on that maneuver node, which is probably going to be pretty much just retrograde. Now, I purposely have not done a hard save since we got onto the rocket launcher, because I don't know if we're going to be able to come back. But our main goal for this launch is to rescue Bob and go home. Nothing else. Just rescue Bob. If we're able to do that, I think that's a pretty good flight. So let's fast forward now that we're on the marker. And as we get over there, we should be going fully retrograde. So it's going to go up to the point, and it's going to come back down, I guess. Oh, the ball flips. Because we're in the gravitational field, I guess. That makes sense in my mind. Alright, we're speeding up like usual. That's 20 seconds, and 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start burning. Mind you, we still have the side boosters. We actually have the big booster too. The third stage. This is a whole nother rocket in here somewhere. Or is there? I'm gonna check it out once I get us where we need to be. I feel like we have too many engines here. I don't know. Let's do full throttle because this was going too slow. I turned down the throttle on purpose so that we could slowly dial in, but then it was slowing down. Alright, and now we can slow down. Why is the periapsis going down? What happened there? Oh, we're not on the maneuver anymore. For some weird reason, we're not on the maneuver. Alright, we're just gonna click on that. We'll fix our 2 points by going right here. Being on retrograde. Let's go back to that retrograde marker. Vector, I mean. Alright, that's close enough. Alright, once we get to the retrograde marker, I'm gonna do a quick burst of a full throttle. To just try and push this out. Oh wait, that's retrograde. I want to be on prograde. Retrograde's gonna bring us in further. We do retrograde on the periapsis to bring in, or we retrograde on either way to bring them in. So that was a little bit of a waste of time there. I mean, we're going to be doing a lot of waste of time just trying to get here. Alright, so if I do a quick burst, we should see that this number is going up. Alright, 14 should be good. If I now go retrograde, We're also going to warp over to here, because that might put us on the retrograde marker. We definitely are closer. And since we don't have RCS turned on, since we don't have any extra thrusters, we are not really changing our lowest and highest point as we're making our way over here. So if I, at this point, do some thrusts, we should see that both numbers go down a little bit. Or they flip around. We are now in a good capture. I'm going to warp over to here, because we're going to try to aim for a person here. And I'm going to have to do this in different stages. Okay, our first stage right now is going to make a capture into Mun, which I guess we didn't have to do the full orbit. Why are we not on retrograde? What is going on here? I mean, our periapsis did go down. But still, why weren't we on our retrograde? I guess because the icons were changing. We could at this point break off the boosters though. That are still here. Okay. For a second I thought they weren't here. So once we get locked on the retrograde vector, I'm going to break them off so that they don't hit anything else. And they should just keep traveling the way that they're going. Alright, we're right here. Break those off. It also does the fairing. This looks like it's touching us. But that's fine, it shouldn't really do anything. Alright, let's focus on getting to here. So if I just do quite a bit of burn to right about there, we're gonna fast forward to here. Alright, we're at the warp. Let's get back on retrograde. Because we are coming in hot, and I'm going to have to phase at some point after we slow down enough. Our person should be over here, if I'm correct on where we landed. No, it's actually over here. And then I hope I brought enough fuel for the next booster. I hope the next booster works, because it's not saying any velocity is here at all. Alright. If I break that off... Okay, we do have velocity. Good. What shut off that way? I didn't even pay attention. I'm gonna put our landing gear and our ladder out. We need to be locked on retrograde. So we should be shooting a little bit shy of where Bob is. Bob is in this crater. And we're gonna have to try and bunny hop over to him in a way. So we definitely do have enough thrust because we are able to slow down. So the Terrier rocket is the best rocket for this situation. Or at least a good rocket for this situation, I mean. That was that booster we just shot off. We're not too worried about it. We are worried about hitting the ground too fast, though. Because Mun's gravity is very strong. We're speeding up very quickly compared to Minmus. What is going on there? What is going on here? Why am I here on YouTube? That was weird. I have another tab open to a YouTube video I was watching before Regis went live, and when I adjusted the headphone, it turned on the video. That wasn't intentional. Alright, we're getting pretty close, and we are facing the correct direction. There we go. That is touchdown. And if I turn SAS off, we should... We fall over. Wasn't trying to fall over like that. Okay, so we need SAS turned on. Why do these allow us to tip over? Because the other struts didn't let us tip over like that. Alright, where is Bob compared to where we are? We actually can't see that far. So Bob is north of us, which we are currently facing if we shoot off this direction. So let's give us a little bit of thrust and try to head our way over. Hopefully Mun doesn't kill us on the way. Are we going the right direction? It looks like we are. We're just a little left than where we need to be. Let's put us in retrograde. I'm guessing he's over here in this crater. Did we land near that booster that we had in the other one? Not sure. But anyway, we should be fine. We're just going to do a few bunny hops to slowly make our way over. I probably could aim us a little bit more now, but since the gravity here is stronger, I don't want to go too far too fast and crash into something later on. And I will catch up on chat after we land right here. I do see that there's 2 messages. I don't want to take my eyes off since I know we speed up a lot quicker than on Minmus. Should I do a burn like that, or should I use less fuel later on or something? Because right now we're doing a constant burn. I don't know if that uses more fuel than if I just do bursts. Alright, SAS should keep us up. It looks like it is not, because we are turned, perhaps? Alright, catching up on chat while I keep us upright because we're sliding downhill. Curious, when landing, why only Z and X instead of shift control for fine throttle changes? Because we were doing short bursts. That was the only reason. Those landing legs are pointed inwards compared... Uh-oh. Compared to what they're designed for, you have them... Okay, so I have them in a way upside down. Oh. I turned the wrong way. Sorry for the shaking, chat. This is gonna explode in a minute. There we go. Apparently Jebediah is still here. So I have two people stuck here. I could reload. I think we will reload. And this time I'll save when we get to Mun. All the way back to launch. Now before I do this, you're saying something about the landing gears being the wrong orientation? Those landing legs are pointed inward compared to what they're designed for. So I have to rotate them upside down in a way. I am a little confused, so let's delete the fairing for right now. So, with the way that they're facing right now... Didn't mean to pick them up. Didn't mean to put that back on. And Discord is going off in my ear. So let me just... close that. Rotate them out somewhat. If I extend them... I mean they're too pointed inwards in a way. So something like this would be better? Will they extend correctly now? I probably need to move them out a little bit. Snapping was a little too far out. I just wanted to look at least like it's touching it. Alright, I'm looking at our velocities now. So the velocity I need to worry about getting all the way to Mun is all three of these combined. We have way too much for this. And I could probably take off these 4 boosters. And then we'd only have these 2 and the main one. So let's build this back up before we do anything else with the thrusters. That's clipping in, go out just a little bit, there we go. Come up to about here and then go in. Oh, why did it do that? There we go. Then I might... You know, let's save this now, and then we'll call this Mark II, I guess. So if we take that off, we still have... If I'm right in that these combine to give us the total going all the way to Mun, this is more than enough. If anything, we actually didn't lose anything. Any velocity at all. Alright. Mark II, because that is a big change. We're gonna fly this and see how it goes. And this time I won't worry about our, a perfect orbit around Mun as long as we get into an orbit. So, blast off. I forgot to check our thrust. We don't have enough thrust to take off. Although we do if we have to fall over. Let's just do it, just for fun. Revert to vehicle assembly. So, we actually do want the other stuff. Mun Rescuer, load that. Mark II I can delete because we know that can't take off. And make sure we only have one crew member. We do not. There we go. And I also wanted to change the ladder. Just remember that. I actually don't want the ladder in here. I want the ladder here. And then this I want as collect all. Save. Start this launch. Did anyone pay attention to how much velocity I had when I was on Mun? Did I have over 1,000 meters per second in velocity? I didn't write down how much we had, and I think it would take me too long to look back on the stream to figure it out. So we're just gonna hope that I do. Anyway, take off like usual. Nothing special here. Only this time I'm not gonna lock on prograde, because I realized that we were going up faster than the prograde marker changed. So I'm just going to manually change our prograde vector. Which is now actually moving faster than before. So I guess the last time I just wasn't going with it enough. Alright, this is where I want to be for the rest of the ascent. I turn off the liquid fuel so that hopefully we don't go too high up. I am trying to go sideways so that our max height doesn't change too much. So now if I break these off now, I had a feeling they would hit us. Alright, let's do this again. I really need a way of dialing down those thrusters. I do have a way of turning down the amount of fuel. Let's remove 1,000 fuel from this and see if they break off when I get to the right height. So if I go down to 7,000, let's type this in instead. Did that change it for all of them? It did. Let's see how this is. We're doing the fine-tuning stuff now. We might end up only going to catching Bob in the next stream if we can't make it. Obviously, we'll go past our usual time to raid out if we are getting close to it. Let's see how this rocket does. So I'm going to go over to here and hope that the prograde marker goes a little bit further than last. It is actually moving too fast. So I'm fighting it just a little bit, not really too much. Alright. So if I rotate us, get this open, when do we lose our solid fuel? Our apoapsis is above 60 now. So it's pretty close. We're going up to about 90. I could probably turn it down to 6,000. Let's change it to 6,000 so this is more fine-tuned. We might actually want 5,000? Now I think about it. I mean, that should say that we start with less fuel over here. If I turn this on, nice start. Yep, we definitely did start with less fuel. Alright, and just like I did the time before this last one, I'm gonna manually pull this over. So that we don't go too fast too quickly, or we don't rotate too fast. So that's the halfway point. I made it to 5,000 on that. There we go. I just want to stay right here. And keep an eye on our solid fuel. Or, highest point, I mean. Looks like our solid fuel is about to break off. Perfect. And that's a good highest point there. So now I'm going to make my way over to the horizontal point. And something I didn't change is the fact that this decoupler... Oh, that's for the side boosters. Never mind. The decouplers are actually where they should be, along with the fairing. I'm trying to fight my way back over to the left. It's now coming back. There we go. Can I stay right here at the horizontal point? Alright. So we're going to hopefully be able to stay right here at this heading. It's actually going back. Never mind. I have to fight this a little bit. As Willa said, the controls are a little spongy right now. Alright, we are slowing down quite a bit, but that's because we're getting to the highest point. It's in a little bit. I'm going to try to do this without going into the other map view. So at 70 kilometers, I'm going to turn on the thrusters again. Because our highest point is 75. There we go. And I'm just going to burn until we get up to the max speed that we need, which is 2,250 meters per second, in order for us to be in orbit. And our prograde vector is still coming down with us, so it looks like we are going to be using the fuel correctly without using a maneuver node. I'm also looking at our time to apoapsis, and it's only 3 seconds now. We're within negative 300 meters on our lowest point. Our highest point is coming up now. Now, I'm not sure which direction I should rotate the rocket to counteract that. But we're now in positive numbers. That's an orbit catch. And that is an orbit height, our lowest point. So, I have a little bit of fuel left in here, so why not use that to get the mun? We'll break it off when we get to it again. Set as target. Focus view on it. I want a maneuver right about here. And we've done this multiple times, just a little bit of prograde. We're going to need to change the time a little bit. See an interaction there, but that's not the right time. So I actually have to go to the left. There we go, there's a capture. Let's bring this in like usual. I need prograde. I do need more prograde. That's too much prograde. What about a little bit of time? Ooh, time actually brought us in quite a bit. Okay, there we go. Now it is a little down too far, so I'm going to bring us up with a normal burn here. There we go. Let's lock on the maneuver. And then all we're going to worry about is getting an orbit capture of Mun. I am going to obviously bring it close to Mun, but I'm not going to worry about it being within the 15-kilometer thing. The current lowest point that I have right now on Mun is less than 10 kilometers, which we are going to do the exact maneuver height. I'm going to make sure that it's only just under 15 kilometers. Alright, that's pretty darn close. So let's fast forward to within 1 minute. It is pretty much prograde, but because we did a few normal burns, it's not going to lock on to prograde exactly. Fast forward until we're within 10 seconds. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full burn. Until we get our line out here. There goes the side burners. We could probably just leave them here. No, they would still be in orbit around Kerban. Now it says that we have enough velocity, but I can't tell how much velocity we actually currently have because we have stages here that are not set up correctly for this rocket specifically. Anyway, we only have 30 seconds left of this burn. We should see our apoapsis start shooting off pretty quickly soon. As we get further higher from Kerban, it does grow faster. As you can see, it's getting a lot quicker now. Only 10 seconds left of our burn. So pretty soon we'll do a quick stop, catch the periapsis, and then I'm going to start it again. There we go. So we're just slowly bringing us down so I don't overshoot it. Should still be locked on the marker, which we are. Does look like we have more than enough fuel. Getting pretty close. We are almost within 200 kilometers. Now we are. That's 150 kilometers. 150, I mean. That's 100 kilometers. 50, 40, 30. 20, and that's below 15. That's good enough. Welcome in, first time chatter. Mudkip Boy 7. Love the name. That is a very good Pokemon. Glad to see you're trying to prevent Kessler syndrome. Kessler syndrome, I mean. I actually don't know what that is, so I'm not trying to prevent it. I'm just doing it in the way that we've been playing for a while. So if I add another maneuver here, we're going to be doing, obviously, retrograde burns right here. Should probably turn this up. There's the orbital capture. Let's see how close we can get this before it starts switching around. Well, that's a 13. This is a 6. Can I go out a little bit and this stays above 10? That's pretty darn perfect. Kessler syndrome is the problem you get when you got too much garbage in orbit. Oh, true. Okay, then yes, I am trying to prevent the Kessler syndrome. Okay. As I know I can go to the tracking station and just, like, delete the stuff. But if it's, like, on a planet, like over here, we have a booster that's over here. And that's going to stay there forever as a monument. As well as this capsule that we're trying to rescue people from. On Minmus, wherever Minmus is, over there, we have 2 different boosters that are stuck on there that should be standing like a statue facing straight out. And we did that just to have fun with it. So anyway, let's lock on the maneuver again. And then we will teleport over here. Yeah, I prefer to not just delete stuff either, it ruins immersion. That's how I feel about it, Mudcup. I do like the idea of having space debris as like a satellite. But at the same time, I want it to have a purpose if it's going to be a satellite. So anyway, we are now on the maneuver node, or vector, so let's go over to the node. Should be coming pretty close. Here it is. That's the first stage there. And unlike the last time, this time I'm actually going to stay in this screen so that I can see us getting closer. Last time I think I was in the other view and we burned too much and had to readjust because of that. That's the wrong button. There we go. Alright, so as we do, we get closer to the 10 seconds, that's when we stop slowing, or speeding up. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle for now. Once I get an orbit capture, I'm going to slow the throttle down. Should probably be out here so I can see it as far away as it can be. So should be getting a capture in a few seconds. There it is. Should also have our periapsis opened up here, so that I can see a change as it moves around. Because it will move around once this gets close enough. Which, looking at this, I think the maneuver, we overshot how close we got. The time for this is changing, but the height isn't just yet, so I'm not too worried about it. I want this to stay above 10 kilometers for now, at least. So if we can't get a height under 15 kilometers on the highest point before this gets to 10 kilometers or less, we'll just stop before it gets to 10 kilometers. Often the start burn indicator isn't accurate. It does good enough for my understanding of the game. It is also moving this. I was looking at the wrong periapsis there. That's fine. We can still see it. I am still locked on the maneuver node. But I don't think this is really going to go down as I wanted to. So I'm just going to stop there. We're fine with this type of orbit. That was just to get closer, to make less of a burn as we get to here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp over... No, I'm not yet. I'm going to go retrograde first, which is pretty darn close. And then we're going to warp over... Do we want to warp to our apoapsis? Is that good enough to do this? Because we have to do 2 different burns. The first burn is going to be so we can break off these so that they crash down on Mun. We should do a hard save right here, though. Because the last time we blew up, and I really could have did it better if we just came back to here. Alright, so first burn is just going to be a capture, and then we're going to break off the 2 engines here. And we're going to come back to this view and get us into an actual capture. So let's just warp on over to here. I click on the right button, there we go. This does change who we're looking at. So I should stop right here. Because we're actually going to be past our apoapsis. It doesn't matter that we started it at our highest point. It's just I want it to be over here when we're on retrograde. I could give it a tiny amount of thrust just to get us closer or to retrograde faster. It should also bring in our periapsis, which it is. So this is working for us, and the closer we get to our retrograde vector, the faster this moves down. So I know our periapsis is not going to curve with this very easily. Meaning it should go in craters a little bit differently. So if I stop there, we're going to go into this view. I'm going to break these off. That also broke off our fairing, which is what we wanted it to do. I want to wait until this isn't touching us, just in case it would do something to us. There's my first headphone low battery alarm. So we are past the 4-hour mark now. I'm going to wait until it's below visually this fin. Again, just in case. This should come back down at some point. This one definitely is, because it's almost going straight down. Alright, that should be good enough. So now I'm going to shoot for this crater. And when we get to here, we're going to slow down even more so that hopefully we land near this booster. So if I stop us right there, that's where I want to be. Where are those boosters now? They are far enough away from us that I can't even see them. Okay. It's kind of preferred, actually. Now, we don't have any lights on the bottom. Does the lights on the top do anything for us? No, it doesn't really. If we had lights on the bottom, it would help us in landing, but I forgot to add those on. Could have did that when we were messing with the landing gears. Which still look like they're rotated in a little too much. We probably could have gone a little bit more vertical. Anyway, I am not paying attention to where we are. Let's warp to right here. Oh, the boosters are in front of us. That's why I couldn't see them. I don't know exactly what height they're at, but they're in front of us somewhere. Alright, we should be stopping right about now. Which crater are we aiming for? We have two separated, 2 over there. Two separated, 2 over there. This is the crater we're aiming for currently. And where is the... Oh, it's in the crater right here. We want to try and aim in here so we don't have to bunny hop as far. So I am going to start burning. I'm going to keep an eye on our line. Because I don't want the line to go in the crater right now, since we're not over near it. So if I stop burning right now, we'll get a little bit closer. We still should be aiming for this. If I go in this view, it might help us. I could do little bursts right now to slow us down. Actually, what I should do is break this off so that it crashes down away from us. And then we are only using this main one. So if I start doing this now, we should hit this, I hope. We are overshooting it a little bit. We're starting to curve in, though, so I am not too worried about it. We're starting to go up faster, so if I stop here, we'll go more central into the crater, I think. Can't really see the other line because there's too many icons in a way, but it looks like we're going near the center of the crater, which is what I want. Right now we're a little too far left. And we should see... That was the explosion there. We should see Bob at some point once we get closer. I don't know if the Mark 1 command module is big enough for us to see. And we have our ads. So let's pause right here and I will be right back after our ad break. And we're back. Took me a few seconds because I was trying to edit something off stream. What I should do right now is give a shout out because we haven't done shout outs in a while. So, for what I was doing, you know, if I go like this, if I do the actual shout out command, it might look better. I don't think I need to grab the letters. Oh, and it brings up her pop-up. Willow has been helping me a lot off stream with, different things that's streaming stuff, words. She's been helping me do things for the stream, teach me things off stream. I don't know why words aren't working. She taught me how to do things in the background that should make streaming easier or better. And I was trying to test one out, but I didn't get that very far in the 3 minutes. So, anyway, we're going to go back into the game. I see that Regus rated into coffee than cold, so let me just close that for now. Okay, back here. Resume flight. I paused after the ad started. I think what I should do right now is the landing gear. Hopefully the landing gear works the correct way this time. Otherwise, it may need to be rotated in more. But we are going very fast right now. We do have a lot of velocity, so we should be fine getting home. So if I stay right here, we are slowly slowing down. A quick glance, I don't see Bob anywhere. But that's okay, he's a small rocket, so it's going to be hard to see him anyway. And I think we need to speed up a little bit here. So I'm just gonna mess with the throttle here and there. Alright, we're starting to get wind stuff on the ground. So if I just cut right here, we should be fine. And we didn't fall over this time with the hydraulics. So thank you. I forget who gave me the the help for that. That did work. We have currently 1200 velocity. Now that is Kerban or Mun velocity. So we should have more in orbit. But anyway, where is our other person? Can I use the brackets? Are we close enough? Ooh, we are close enough. Can I see the bigger rocket somewhere? We're gonna have to walk over Bob to that other person. Okay, I see the shade right there. It's... So that means Bob is somewhere out here, I guess? No, he's over by the shade. So our rocket is somewhere over here. Yeah, near the crater. Bob is somewhere right here. So we're going to take quite a while to get over here. That's not what I want to do. I wanted to go to here. So what Bob has to do is take all the science out of the storage container. You might not have enough to return to Kerban. I should. That's why I only saved in orbit. I didn't save when I landed. We're gonna have Bob take all the science from here, and then we're gonna try to walk him all the way over. Is that it right there? No, that can't be it. And I don't think zooming out's gonna help me find it. Maybe it will? So I'm looking in the foreground, pretty much where the cursor is. We are near that other crater that's right here. But where is the question? Oh, it's right there. I see it. Is there a way to make this a target? Doesn't seem like it, but I can pin this and we'll see where they are at all times. Oh! From the map view I can target it. Okay, hold on. So we want to target Mun rescuer ship. And that should put a target vector, but we also have this, which... If I hover over, it does tell us which way we have to go. So it's this little white dot that's right there. Okay. Alright, let's see how well we can do this. So I'm going to take the whole 7 data that we have here. I'm going to drop off. We're going to turn RCS on so that I can use the jetpack to fly. Alright, I guess I need to actually use the RCS numbers. Letters, I mean. And one earbud died, so let me take that out. The other one's probably going to do its noise soon. Oh, it's the RCS keys do not work with the jetpack. I kind of get it now. Oh, that turned it off. Didn't mean to do that. It's camera free. So I have to jump up to jetpack forward. Maybe not. How do I go up? H and M didn't do anything. The only way I know how to go up is to jump. Right, RCS to turn it on. Shift and control. Oh, okay. Shift and control. Like a rocket throttle. Gotcha now. Because I want to jump and then stay in the air as long as I can. And then we do have some speed on us. How far away is it? It's a little bit to the left, so if I go like this... should be going close enough to it. Thank you for telling me about control and shift. I would have never thought to use rocket controls for this. But I guess it makes sense. Alright, I'm trying to aim him a little bit better. We can now see that the rocket is right there. But at some point, I need to turn around so that we slow down and don't explode. Guess I could just do this. This is killing our velocity on it in a good way. Press F4 to highlight nearby ships. I would have if I didn't already have this working for us. Alright, this should make us crush down at least. We're going slow enough that he didn't get hurt. I'm just gonna try to hop our way over, or glide our way over, I guess. I don't think I put the ladder down, so I'm gonna have to put the ladder down. That's fine. This is our first rescue mission we've ever done on the channel, though. Oh, good. There wasn't any collision with the rocket. I thought we were going to push the rocket. Let's turn RCS off now. I was just trying to jump over here. I wasn't trying to jetpack over here. Alright, so that rocket's going to stay there forever. The booster that's on this planet is going to stay there forever. We're going to switch to this rocket here. I'm going to press 2 to put the landing gear down. No, 2 collects data. 1 is landing gear. Then if I go like this, I go back to him? Yes, I do. And then we just want to climb up here and hopefully get home. Why do we not grab the ladder that should be right here? Why did we teleport to the other side? What? You guys saw that, right? We didn't even touch the top of the thing. Am I not able to grab this now? There we go. I could use the jetpack to get up here. What is going on here? Why does it keep doing that? This game has really glitchy physics? That's fair. All right, let's try it again. I did get to the point where I was touching the pod, so if I just let go a second quicker, I would have been able to board. But just like that. Alright, everything was removed and should be in the command pod now. If I look, 7 stored data. If I press 2, it all goes into our storage container, which I forget where we put it. Oh, it's right up top. Now we can retract the ladder and hope that we get back. We do have a lot of fuel with this one booster. I need only about 900 meters per second in space, or is it, I think it's 600 in space. No, it's 300 in space, 600 from land to orbit on Mun. So anyway, we should be fine taking off and getting out of here. No, I wanted that up. So let's just do that. The landing gear's up. I'm going to automatically turn east so that hopefully we re-enter Kerban's orbit going the same way. Now I'm just waiting for our apoapsis to be 10 kilometers, I guess. No, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. I wanted to go up more so we climb faster. Should probably have it on this so that we see the same number here and there. Okay, that's 10 kilometers. I'm going to go to probably 13. And then we're going to do a maneuver node to get into a correct orbit, because I don't want to mess up on Mun. And I think I just messed up that maneuver. Anyway, lots of prograde. That brought out our apoapsis. I don't want that much prograde. Apoapsis, periapsis. They're both above 10,000, so that's what we're going to do. Alright. And since we're already at a minute, there's no point in fast forwarding in that way, so let's just do the period point. Mun doesn't have any air to climb, though. You can go horizontal as soon as you're high enough. Not run into a hillside. Thank you. Oh, I was speeding too fast. I wasn't paying attention to our time down here. So we're burning a little bit later than we should, but we should be fine either way. And we are aiming for a crash land on Kerban. And I think you might be right that we don't have enough fuel. Because we're going below 600 meters per second just getting into orbit. Alright, there's an orbit. Alright, let's see if we can get a crash land. I want to go retrograde in terms of Mun's orbit. I go here, not retrograde, prograde. That's not where I wanted to be. I wanted to be where I am. So I'm going to wait until we pass this. Okay, if I go like this, it should mean that our burn time is in front of us still. So I want to go this way. Intercept the Kerban should only cost 300? Okay, I have my numbers backwards then. And I'm just waiting until we get that capture. There we go, there's first portion. Now we mess with this. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to click on it. Wait, I can do this. We just learned that button today. For about 15 streams, I didn't realize that that arrow button works. Anyway, if I do prograde, which way does it go? Okay, it's still going in for the moment. I think I want to do anti-normal? No, I want to do no, not normal. I want to do radially in. Could also change the time if this doesn't work out. I do have to check to make sure that we're not going into the globe, because we did that a few times with Minmus. So are we going directly in? We are going directly in. Okay. So if I change the time here... That's not doing what I was trying to do. I'm focusing on this now. Do I just want more time this way? That didn't do what I wanted. And my headphones just died. So give me a second while I put on the other headphones. I am going to shoot for close to 40 kilometers. That costs fuel. I do know it costs fuel. Alright, let's just reset up the maneuver then. Because I do see that we're above 300. I'd rather stay close to that. So if I just add another one. Okay, there's a capture at least. That's not what I meant. I meant to right click. If I go back to maneuver, turn this down, and we do retrograde, does that go out or in? It goes out. Turn this up a little. Oop. Okay. That right there is the lowest point for right now. Yep. So let's do the timing. We are shooting away from the planet, which is good. If I turn this down so that we're doing small increments. Okay, this is bringing us in. That's 62, 26, that's too sharp. 30, 36, 40 kilometers exact. Let's go in a little bit so that when I bring the other line to it, we know not to hit this line. That'll be our like lowest point marker. And our maneuver is behind us, so we do have a time to maneuver. So let's fly right on over. And now I'm going to focus on Kerban. We're going to do a normal burn. So I'm going to fast forward until we get within 10 seconds. So moving the time of the maneuver is the same as doing a radial burn, just without the cost. That's good to keep in mind for later. That would have probably helped us when we were doing Minmus, because I kept doing radial burns, not realizing that changing the time is the same thing in a way. Alright, there is our capture. Let's throttle down as far as I can, with it still doing a decent amount of change. Okay, we're within 300 kilometers. That's 200 kilometers. 100 kilometers. I slowed it down quite a bit. 90. 80, that's at least an orbit height. 70, we're now below orbit height. 60. 50, we're within the 40s. And I'm going to stop it right there at 40 and change. Alright. Go back to our rocket. Are we aiming in the globe? We are not, so let's just fly back home. To look at our engine or our rocket right now. What's going to happen is we're going to detach everything from here down. So the landing gear, the RCS is going to shoot off everything in this, including the fins. We do have a heat shield. We also have a parachute. And the science hopefully shouldn't blow up. I don't know how it's going to work because this is like open air. I don't know if it needs like a wall for aerodynamic stuff. I'm not sure how the game's going to work this out, but I think it's not going to do anything. If anything, this extra like indent in the wall of it would help us slow down because it's more air resistance. It would be one face and then a second face here for air to push against. So anyway, let's go back to here. We're going to go all the way to here. just so that I can look at this slower. The external science container is only really useful on unmanned craft. The command pod does the same thing. I know it does, but at the same time I kind of like it being in one like small container. It's really just for aesthetics. There's no other reason for me to use it. Okay, where are we in terms of... We are pretty high up. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let's go retrograde. And then I'm going to speed us up until we are within 80 kilometers. That's now within an orbit. So if I just burn the rest of our fuel, that'll slow us down quite a bit. Because I think at the 60 kilometer mark or the 55 kilometer mark is when we start getting the air resistance. There it is. So it's about the 58, 59 kilometer mark. And we're about to exhaust all of our fuel. There it goes. So if I stage right now, we blew up something. Not sure what blew up. I think the engine just turned and hit us. Oh, it looks like one of the fins broke off. Alright, so the rest is just slowing down. I would normally fast forward through this, but I know that the game, when you fast forward, does calculate that extra fast forwarding speed as your current air resistance speed. So we'll actually be putting the pod in more heat damage by speeding up right now. So we're gonna wait. The command pod does have a button to collect all the points. I did do that to collect it from the other rocket. And then when we got into this one, I put it in the box just for aesthetic reasons. So once we get out of the heat damage area, I will fast forward so we fall faster. Okay, we're now within 35 kilometers height. I like looking at it this way. I see something right there floating around. What is that? I don't know if it's like big enough for you guys to see, but there's a red dot floating through space. And now it either disappeared or it's so small I can't tell where it is. Oh, actually I can. I saw it for a second right around this white dot. It could be one of our satellites. It could be... I don't know if there's like asteroids that float around in Kerban. Oh well. The command pod doesn't have a button to collect all points. When you go inside the command pod, it automatically collects all the science from your person. When we went from the other rocket and we got into this, it collected all of the science that we were holding, and then I pressed 2 to put it in here. So it does collect it. There's just no button. There's only a button to take out science, not to put in. Alright, we slowed down enough that I am now going to fast forward time. And I'm going to press space just to make sure that this is deployed. It is. So when we get up to 0.75 atmosphere and 2,000 meters, we will safely land into the ocean. There we go. And now we're just waiting to crash land, in a way. This is also our first time using the big command pod, so this is pretty neat for us. Only 400 more meters. When I get close to 20 meters, I slow down so we don't like crash land into it, literally. That's right now. There we go. We brought all the science. It should be around 400 or 500 science that we collected here, because we only did one biome. So let's see how much we got. We got 422. That's definitely enough to unlock the science that we were trying to get. We save Bob. We have Jebediah here. So if we go into here, we're going to unlock that science for the larger fairing as well as the Clampotron for when we do our plane. That's going to take Kerbans from our main planet into our space station. And then we're going to take all of them, well, around Kerban to do orbital science, then Mun and Minmus, and then all the way to Duna. And hopefully at some point around that time, we will have everything unlocked at that point. I think with how much science we can get from just Mun, we should be able to get a decent amount of this completed. I'm not sure if we're going to get all the 4,000 research or 1,000 research stuff done, because that's 4,000 total. But we'll definitely get this whole portion done because it's only 550, 850... 1,001, 1,010, I mean, science for this, another 1,010 for that, something close to that number for these four. You know, let's do the math. How much points do we need for the rest? So I know it's 4,000 for those last tier science, and then we have 8 times how much? 550. It's 2, 4, 6 times 300, right? Yep. And then that was 160 times 2, so that's 320 for the 2 small ones. So that's a total of 10,520 science that we need to unlock all of this, if we're trying to get that as like another achievement, unlocking the entire tree. Eve's Moon is also a destination you should visit, as it only requires about as much fuel as Mun to land on. Really? That's cool. Because of how small it is. Well, let's look at where Eve is. Now, we are trying to progress into a new video game by going to Duna, so we might not go all the way over there. I should save just to make sure that we have it. Can I not press M to go into that? I have to do tracking station, I guess. So let's find Eve, because I don't even know what Eve is. I only researched far enough to see what Duna is. So this is Duna here. That's Eve. Eve's moon. So there's only one moon. Gilly. So this should be as easy as getting to Mun. Okay. If it seems easier when we get done our current moons, we might go to that moon. Otherwise, we're just going to go to Duna instead. But now I'm going to look around our debris to make sure that they are the things we want to keep. So this is Minmus with our relay satellite around it. We should have 2 boosters on there. We then have the rocket that our scientist was in, and then also the booster that was next to it. And I think we'll keep the booster here because the booster is near our flag that we placed down here. So the moon hopper, I think I might actually just delete, because this icon's going to make me think that they are still there. So I am going to terminate this. There's no crew in it, so I'm fine with it. This stays there, like I said. And we will come back to this in one of our next streams. I might make a new lander, or just update the small one we have because of the controls that we had. We're definitely going to have to update the one that we have, but I don't know if I just want to create a new one or just use the one that we used as a rescue mission and update that to be a science vessel. because we could do that as well. The only difference is the command pods are different sizes, so the Science Junior is actually smaller than the command pod on the rescue ship. But anyway, let's get out of this. We're going to find out who is currently live. And by that, I'm going to look at the suggested list, because this is something Willow taught me about. That it tells me who's currently live and who I'm following. Now, surprisingly, this does not tell me who is actually all currently live. It tells me 3 people are live, but I see that there is a 4th person that is live right now. But for some reason, they're not in the suggested list. Oh, those are for collaborators. Is this what I wanted? It is not what I wanted. I did click on the right button for what they were giving me, but that is not the thing that I was looking for. Duna's moon is also a very easy destination. I didn't realize that Duna had a moon. That could be a good pit stop on the way. We orbit around the moon and do a little bit of science. So let's look at that in a moment. I guess I just want this. Let's combine all of my web browsers. Right now I have like 8 different tabs of Chrome open for this game. Let's just combine them all and make this a little bit easier for me to read. Okay, now I can see who's actually live. I'm gonna have to readjust how we have things set up here. Let's take a look at Duna's moon. Oh, that looks cool. Duna definitely is a Martian planet. And that, for a second, looked like water from out here. It looks like a different color than this, but it isn't. And I don't know if we're going to land on here for our final mission, or if we're just going to fly over to it yet. I still haven't decided on that. But this is Duna's moon. Looks very moon-like. Not very much asteroid damage, though. I'm actually surprised by that. It does look like it has different markers for biomes, though, so at least that would help. Like, this could be a lowland, this could be midland, this could be highland. I'm not sure. But anyway. I have now the people who are currently live. We're going to do our poll for who we're going to raid into. Our first option is L Turtle Hermit, who is playing the same game that Willow plays in the afternoon, of Outer Wilds. We also have Wasteland Puppy, and he is ETV, playing Thief 2, The Metal Age. Then we also have our friend Southern Finn, who's playing Coral Island, and then the last person I have here, or no, we actually have quite a few people. There is a person we have never rated before that I've seen in different chats. Thank you for following, Mudkip. That I'm actually going to put as the 5th option. I do not currently follow them, but maybe I should. So, our next option is Live Action Pixel. It took a moment to get to this point. They are playing Tower Domination, and the person I was talking about is Eresia Gaming. There's no capital letters. Eresia Gaming is playing Oxygen Not Included. I've never raided into their channel. I've never been in their channel. This is the first time I think I've seen them live when I'm live. So, if no one votes, that's who we're going to go raid to. But it's still always up to you guys. Which one out of those 5 people would you like to raid? You should have only 1 minute, unless I still have the polls incorrectly set up. In the meantime, I'm going to take a screenshot of the entire tree, because we didn't really do anything else. No. We should take a picture of the lander rocket, or rescue rocket. So if I go like this, and then we take our screenshot, this should be what we have. because that was our main portion of this stream. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 a.m. EST to 12:30 p.m. EST, and on Sundays from 10 a.m. EST to 2 p.m. EST.